Hindu temple here in the background. Tuk-tuks flying all over the place, just like Ben. Here's Barbara on her way towards Trivandrum Central, where we will be starting off our journey around Kerala and then on up towards Goa, Rajasthan and elsewhere. Who knows? Here we are again in a typical street in Trivandrum. All the shops, everybody going about their day's work. Complaining about the hard work they do in the UK. Here is a typical example of what goes on in a building site in India. As you can see, it's all very manual work that goes on. Okay, no problem. That's fair enough. This is a celebration that's going on because there's an election going on here in Trivandrum and everybody's having a great time. As you can hear, the music's booming out and everybody's dressed in their finery. Another of the local markets where all the peasants and craftsmen come from all around to sell their wares. We are now making our way through the coconut groves and on to have a backwater cruise. These are some of the people living in these places. As you can see, they're very poor people. Some of the houses are just little shacks, bamboo shacks, set amongst the coconut trees. As you can see, this is an absolutely beautiful place. We're now approaching the backwaters, where we then board the boat and go for a 3.5 hour trip up the river. Here is the oarsman preparing the boat for us to get on. As you can see, there is another boat coming in the background. It's like paradise here. So much wildlife. He's just bailing some water out at the moment, preparing the boat for us. There's a Brahmani kite here, up in this tree.
House there on Whitwashing outside anyway.
This is typical of the little shacks that are scattered around the lagoons here in the backwaters. People working away, weaving mats, etc. The manufacture of coir also goes on here, which is made from coconut husks, rope made of coconut husks.
Little necklace. It's waving. Oh, look at all this. God, that's good.
Here is one of the local ferries that vie the way across the back waters here in Kerala, taking the people on their everyday chores. This is some coir making going on at the moment. Along chap here fishing as well. And in the background you can see the people making coir rope. They've just been overtaken by this couple in this boat as we approach the bridge over the road from Kovalam to Trivandrum. This is a turning around point for the trip. We will now head back towards the start, on the way stopping to have the fish and coconut drink. This is one of the local boatmen taking a load of coconut husks along the backwaters here in Kerala. They will eventually end up in a factory to make rope. Here's one of the local ferries going across the river with God knows how many people inside it, and other people waiting on the bank here to go back the other way, toing and froing all the time. Some of the locals doing their ablution and another chap swimming down the river here. We stopped here at the side of the backwaters and this gentleman cut 2 coconuts up for us. Thank you. What do you mean?
I mean the bit that you can grate. A hard white piece.
That's it.
Bit.
Yeah. It is because it's freshly off the tree. It only gets hard when it dries out.
Hello.
We are now at a part of the lagoon where the backwaters actually meet the sea. This bank of land in front of us is actually a sandbank which separates the lagoon from the sea. In the monsoon, this sandbank is breached by the waves, by the seawater, therefore forming these lagoons inland. Look at these beautiful kingfishers here. There's 2 of them. Absolutely gorgeous. This is a Brahmani kite flying over the lagoons here in Kerala. They're quite common here. Beautiful bird. Here Barbara and I outside one of the typical chai stalls here in Trivandrum Road, Kerala. Well, here are Barbara and I on Trivandrum station waiting for the train to Vakala. On our first step of our journey by train around India. It's election day today, so it's not so busy around, thank God. As you can see, we have now arrived at Vakala station here for a week holiday down by the beach. We will then move on to Cochin via Alleppey. While out walking, I came across this tuk-tuk driver. When asked how much it was, 20 rupees. This trishaw driver insisted I took his picture. He was a very nice chap. And he's just been paying his telephone bill. As you can see, we are just going into the Tibetan market here in Varkala. And of course Barbara has straight away found a beautiful pair of trousers to fit her. All the little stalls here are all run by Tibetan migrants who were forced out of their own houses and homes by the Chinese in the 1950s. You are the star.
Just wait, sir.
You want? This is a panoramic view of Vakala in Kerala. As you can see, it's a very beautiful place. I will bring you around and let you see sort of, here it is, all the bars and restaurants right along the top of the cliff here. And then we zoom down on the top of the cliff to the beach area. We find access by some steps cut into the rock side of the beach. This is a scene of the ghats, where everybody washes and bathes, to cleanse their souls and also wash their clothes in Vakala. Now coming round. Barbara, get out the road. Towards the temple. and up the steps towards the temple. We have just had to remove our footwear because we are now entering the temple up the steps. This is a very famous temple. It's one of the I think it's the fifth most important temple in India, and is frequented by thousands and thousands of people at certain times of the year. This is it in the temple grounds. As you can see, the devotees are all gathering here to pay their respects to the gods. The Bodhi tree here with all the little dollies round about it for some reason or other. This is the main part of the temple, where inside there is supposedly one of the deities. I'm not quite sure which one it is. He's about Shiva. We're still in the temple grounds, just walking around, having a look at the devotees, but not being too intrusive, I hope. Here is Barbara talking to one of the devotees at the bottom of the Bodhi tree, this huge fig tree that seems to dominate most of the Hindu temples here in India. It's absolutely ginormous, as you can see. As you can see now, we're now entering the fish market. All the fishermen here selling all their wares and tears. There's tuna, butterfish, shark. You name it, it's here. Yeah. All the fine ladies selling all the fish. Amazing. Here's a lovely lady here with all the lovely fresh fruit and vegetables here, you see. She's smiling. This is a small fishing village we came across on a walk, Barbara and I. You can see how basic it is. Just small little fishing houses for the fishermen to live in and their families. There seems to be a little argument going up over the back there, but I won't take any notice of it and I won't take any photographs of it. There seems to be a slight confrontation going on here. I don't know what about, obviously. They seem to be getting a bit heated at times. Barbara has now wandered off and is now watching the fishermen mending their nets. part of the village here where they've built the little houses underneath the palm trees, with a little stream running by. Here is the owner of a cow, just giving it a good wash down at the stream side. You can see how they look after their cattle here, because it means a lot to them. Of course, Barbara always has to get right up amongst it, like, you know, and takes charge. She knows how to wash cows better than the Indians. She's directing them and showing them what to do, like, you know. Here's Barbara, as usual. I don't know if you can see these, but they're mongoose. And Barbara came across these when we were going for a walk and drew my attention to them, playing amongst the rocks. They were mentioned in Rudyard Kipling's Jungle Book, Rikki Tikki Tavi, etc., etc. Beautiful little creatures. This is typical of the countryside we passed through on the way from Vakala to Cochin. As you can see, it's a very rural area and very agricultural.
You're all loyal.
Who's it still on? Never have them banging against your drum ever again. This is another typical scene on the way from Vakala to Cochin, the paddy fields in the background there. A river here in Kerala, crossing the bridge there. Buffaloes here in the paddy fields, coconut trees, lady down there weeding, a big job in her hands. They're just pulling out of Kottayam, which is about halfway between Vakala and Cochin. As you can see it, there's the boat signpost and we just passed it. Just to continue, Kottayam is actually the stronghold of Christianity here in Kerala. And it is said Doubting Thomas came here after betraying Jesus. This is our first experience of Cochin. As you can see, the goats are leisurely lying around, sunbathing. This is part of the bad part of Cochin. The pollution here is rank. so is the poverty in some places. Another street scene from Cochin. Gentleman here repairing a little bike that I think he probably found lying in the ditch or something. Another street scene from Cochin. Everybody coming and going. Gentleman here making garlands for people to go to the temple with. Very busy fruit stall here in Cochin. Shop trading here and all sorts of bits and bats. We are now in Jewtown in Fort Cochin. This is just a little scene down the streets, spice traders, antique shops, you name it, it's here. This shop here has the world's biggest vapor. I can just zoom in on that. Inside the front door. This is this huge container here, which is usually filled with water and water lilies. This is the world's biggest one there is. As you can see, this huge container is full of flowers, water lilies, that is contained within this shop which sells of antiques and all sorts of bric-a-brac, none of which is cheap. This is a spice market here, and these are piles of ginger lying here on the floor. And all the traders here are inside. All the ginger all over the floor here. I can smell it, it's fantastic. This is the place where we actually had breakfast this morning, believe it or not. We were enticed in here by the owner. But as you can see, it's more an art gallery. This street is called Bazaar Street, and it is full of shops trading in spices, tea, coffee, pepper, turmeric, ginger, garlic, chilies. All these lorries are unloading them as they go along. Chaos reigns yet again. This lorry here going to unload some spice. This is one of the spice warehouses inside. All the sacks stacked up high, as you can see. Another spice shop here in Cochin, selling all that wear and tear.
Fine, thank you. How are you? Very hot. Yes, it's very hot.
This is Barbara walking up through the alleyway in Jewtown in Cochin. As you can see, it's the old story. The woman making wears and tears. Morning.
Morning, how are you?
I'm all right. We are here now in Jewtown, in Cochin, in one of the spice markets. Some beautiful girls running around selling all the spices. it sells other things as well. Absolutely amazing. Every spice you can think of. Yet another street scene from Cochin. All the different junk shops, which of course, as I stated before, Barbara thinks are absolutely fantastic. I don't want to hear any moans and groans from any of the British housewives after coming across this gentleman ironing all the clothes for this lady here, as she's standing outside her house. He's a very busy man and he goes from door to door ironing all the clothes. So from now on, no complaints from the British housewife, please. On our travels, we came across this couple being married in the church, Santa Cruz Basilica, here in Cochin. This is St. Francis's Church here in Cochin. It's one of the oldest churches in India. This is St. Francis's Church in Cochin. It is one of the oldest churches in India. This is the Santa Cruz Basilica in Cochin, which was built by the Portuguese around 500 years ago, but obviously has been renovated recently. In Cochin, as you can see, they're stretched right along the shore here, and also all around here are stalls selling fish, trinkets, every food you can think of. This tree here in front of us is a banyan tree, and it is huge, spreading its leaves and branches out right above us here. There is also, if you can pick it out, a set of step ladders, metal step ladders leading up into the top of the tree. We have now left Cochin and on our way up into the Western Ghats to Munnar. While travelling up the road towards Munnar, we came across this fantastic waterfall. As you can see, it tumbles right down from the top of this huge mountain, cascading beautifully. This is another impressive waterfall we came across as we were travelling on the road up to Munnar from Cochin. There seems to be a bit more water than there was when we came here in March, possibly because it's just at the end of the monsoon season here in Kerala. This is the same waterfall as before, but from a slightly different angle. And another view of the Western Ghats. Absolutely beautiful here. This tree I'm photographing, believe it or not, is a pepper tree. As you can see, it's a type of vine, and the peppers that are on it are green at the moment. They're harvested and then they're laid out on mats in the sun to dry, and that's when we get them as peppercorns. Some of which are left as they are, and others which are ground in both white and black pepper. This plant I'm now filming is actually a coffee plant with the coffee beans already on it. But they're not ripe yet and will be harvested later on in the year when they start turning red. These mats you see hanging out over this satellite dish are actually mats of rubber which have been harvested from the rubber trees as latex and then poured into moulds and therefore end up just like this. They are then sold on to the wholesaler for manufacturing into tyres, etc. This is the moon. This is the scene that we saw when we came out of our accommodation here in Muna. Tea plantations, eucalyptus trees, all around. A beautiful place. This is a tree we came across in Muna with its beautiful red flame blossom on it. I have no idea what it's called, but I hope to be able to find out on my travels. This is a scene in Kodaikanal, this beautiful lake. People have hired their little boats and are enjoying the afternoon here. Well, walking around the lake here in Kodaikanal, we came across these beautiful poinsettia bushes, which I feel are the same sort of variety we all buy at Christmas and can't really look after. Up into the Western Ghats. The scenery here is absolutely beautiful, as you can see for yourself. This is a view of the highest mountain in southern India, Anamudi. As you can see, it is absolutely ginormous. This is a tea factory on the side of the hills. Some more beautiful scenery here just outside. Absolutely gorgeous. Along the road at breathtaking speed, hanging on for grim death. Here are some tea pickers busy at work. As you can see, this area our hotel is actually in is called Misty Mountain, and this picture will just show you why it is so named. This tree that you see in front of you is a jabul tree, and it is 500 years old. We are out visiting parts of the area around Kodaikanal, and one of the guides brought us here to show us this huge tree. We're actually in the forest here, in the jungle, as you could say, but there's not a lot of wildlife about. Perhaps it's the wrong time of the day, as it is very hot. Believe it or not, I am now standing inside the tree that was photographed earlier. It's absolutely huge inside here, and I will just show you around. You can actually live inside it, and I'll just bring you up to the top where the sunlight comes through and you can see the jungle vegetation above.
Here is Ron standing out the side of the tree or should I say inside the tree, she spoke about earlier.
There's a monkey here feeding some carrots that the lady threw down. This is the area around Pillar Falls you come to visit, but unfortunately the mist has come down round about us. There's the monkeys again, helping us out of the carrots. They're very greedy, packing as much as they can into their mouths and their cheeks. I don't know if you can see this, but their cheeks are bulging with carrots.
Try, okay. This one.
First it puts down
Rose flower,
pan,
honey.
pan leaf,
Yeah,
pan leaf, then
This one.
Calcium,
calcium,
And kata.
katta,
catar,
A rose leaf.
rose leaf, honey.
Honey.
Right.
This one mita clove.
mita club. Yeah, red color na name mita club.
What about Hindi
Mita club,
Muta club.
muta club.
Yes.
This is
Right.
Tutti frutti.
Tutti frutti or ruti.
Yes.
And where's the beetle nut?
Last finishing.
Oh, right.
This one.
What's that?
Idana bhai.
Sweet.
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 Yeah.
Coconut.
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 The sweet powder.
Sweet powder.
There's everything under the sun.
Ah.
Curry powder.
Beetle nut finishing.
Beetle nut finishing.
Finishing.
All right.
A petal nut.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Finishing.
I see.
Bye.
Very
அழகா
good.
இருக்கீங்களா bhai?
And
Yeah,
then,
bye.
and then you eat.
அழகா தான் இருக்கீங்க.
திரும்பமா அப்படியே
Yes.
Right.
Say what it does.
Yes.
The packing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Mouth
safety
brush.
packing. This one all mouth
This
brush.
concoction that you've seen this gentleman make
Yeah.
is actually a stimulant. It's a bit like
Okay.
wacky backy or something like that. I think.
Clear. Line clear.
Biber and I were wandering around the streets in Coda Canal and we came across this fantastic bar. As you can see, the locals are here and we're having a good chat to them and having a few beers, having a few drinks. That's it, that's better. This is the scene as we came down from Kodaikanal to Palani, down on the plains here in Tamil Nadu. This place we are visiting is high on the pilgrims' list of temples to visit. We are now in Palani and ascending up the railway, which the people here call a winch, to the top of the hill here, where there is a huge temple dedicated to one of the Indian deities. As you can see, we are now reaching the top, where we right onto the side here. But everybody's waiting to go back down again, and then we'll go round and see the town. This is a view from the top of the Temple Hill, out over Palani. As you see, there's an absolutely gorgeous view with the town in the background, and then round here we have the rice details. This is the front of the temple. And the people come up here. The devotees. And they have to walk round here. So this is another part of the temple, as you can see. And all these people are worshippers of Vishnu. And they've all come here to pay their homage. All the devotees sitting down, all the families, having meals, and just having a bit of a chat. There's the family sitting here. The significance of the shaved heads, I do not know, but I will try and find out. This is a picture of the devotees in the black dolis. Sorry? Sorry? In the dolis, smashing coconuts in this huge tub. The significance of this item. This is another view from the top of the temple in Palani. This is a smaller temple on the hill adjoining. Here are some friends we met when we were at the top of the temple. A whole family. All wanted to get their photograph taken, and then we'll look at it as they're going around. This is another scene from Palani. This street here is at the bottom of the temple hill, and it's an absolutely amazing place. All the bazaars all the way along. This is the bazaar at the bottom of the temple hill, and as you can see, it sells everything under the sun. It's an amazing place. Really exciting, full of colour, diversity. You name it, it is for sale here. Here's another little scene. All the lovely ladies selling their fruit along the front here. You can see in the background there's all these stalls selling dates, rice, different spices, etc. All happy faces selling their wares and tears. Here are some more smiling faces with their round their stalls. The young gentleman here, I'll just bring round and they're all standing laughing with this. It's an absolutely fantastic. Great smiling faces all around. As you can see, we're going down the steps in this amazing place. You see how busy this place is? Absolutely massive. Everybody's selling all their wares and this is a scene from a building site here in Palani. This is a beautiful little street child we came across, and Barbara gave her an apple and she was absolutely delighted with it. This is another street scene leading from the temple Now we'll just zoom up and show you the Temple Hill. With what I would call quite a modern building on the top. We came across these people filming in the streets of Palani. This is a famous Kerala actor, and he has come over onto Tamil Nadu to make a film, a comedy film, I'm told. Somebody's in front of him now. Street scene from Palani. As you can see, there's beautiful oxen here with a cart. Absolutely fantastic place, this. Full of surprises. Here's some smiling happy faces at one of the stalls here, like, you know. They came across, one of them came across and took a photograph of me, and I stuck my tongue out. Stood there. This is our little friend Sham, who works in the shop just along the road from us. He's been a great friend to us while we've been. This is the place that Barbara and I renewed. This is Metapalayam, where we're going to join the Nilgiri Blue Mountain Railway up to Uti tomorrow morning. We have travelled all the way from Palani up to Coimbatore and then on up here to Metapalan. The railway we're going to go on is actually a rack railway which climbs right up into the mountains at about 2,000 metres. This is a small steam engine that is going to be taking us up into the Nilgiri mountains. It's called the Nilgiri Blue Mountain Railway for obviously reasons, and it's just getting up steam and getting ready for the trip up there. These are the carriages here waiting at the station for the train to come and link up with them. Barbara's sitting on there somewhere and talking to two people we've already met who are going up there to Uti for the day. This is us going up the Blue Mountain Railway in Nilgiri Hills. Another beautiful scene from the Blue Mountain Railway. This is a scene through the front window of the train going up the Nilgiri mountains towards Uti. Misty. Another scene from the mountain railway across the Nilgiri Hill. Another view of the Nilgiri Hills. Ah, isn't it beautiful here? Look at this beautiful scenery here. It's absolutely stunning. That's this waterfall coming down here. This waterfall tumbling down from the top of the mountain. Absolutely beautiful. I haven't taken much footage of Uti, but I thought I would show you this beautiful scene on the lake from the balcony of our hotel. Absolutely gorgeous. Also, I will just zoom round and show you some of the wildlife here. We're leaving Uti today and travelling down through the mountains to my eagle. Serpent eagle, sorry. Crested serpent eagle. These are some spotted deer we came across at the salt lick here in Nagaho. Some more spotted deer here. Absolutely beautiful creature. Watching us. Our first element here at Nagaho. Out in the wild. Amazing to see.
Female.
This is a view down at the river.
These are painted stock.
Painted stocks here on the banks of the river. This is the forest here along the Albania River. And these trees that you see are all teak trees planted by the Maharaja of Mysore.
Prema?
Prema kari, Prema kari.
Prema. Mobile calling
There's some
Prema.
elephants feeding here
Elephants.
through the forest.
Big group, big group.
3, 4.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
big group.
Well, there's quite a few.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. See behind some more.
This one is the side. The bush.
Eating.
All elephants.
Mobile calling Prema. Mobile calling Usai. Usai.
Oh, Peter.
Prakash. Mobile calling Prakash. Prakash. ಮಾಸ್ತಿಗುಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಆಯ್ತವ ಪಾಪ
ಆಯ್ತು ಬರ್ತಿದ್ದೀನಿ
ಆಯ್ತು एक 4 8 ಆಯ್ತಾ
जिम ना हुआ
कंट्रोल अंदर आए
क्या काका बोले बना
और क्या करी ಆಯ್ತು ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಕರಿ ಕಾನ್ಬಯ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಕರಿ
ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಹೇಳಿಯಪ್ಪ
ಕಾನ್ಬಯ ಏನು ಸೈಟಿಂಗ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಅಫ್ಸರ್ ಅವರು
एलिफेंट बने
ಆಯ್ತು ಇದು ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಮಾಸ್ತಿಗುಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಐತೆ
आउटरी हत्र बने
ಬನ್ನಿ ಇದು ಸಿಗ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ
आउटरी हत्र आउटरी के सामने
ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ನೋಡಿ ಮಾಂದ್ರ ಬಾಸಿಗುಡಿ ಕಡೆ ಓಕೆ ಸೊ
Huge group, see, all going towards riverside.
Come out now a bit.
Yeah, I've got a good shot of that. This is India's wild bison, the Goa. Male beast, huge beast. And also feeding alongside this herd of spotted deer.
Call him over.
Where's he going? He's gone behind that bloody tree.
Monsoon season. Again after
Some
the
wild
monsoon,
peacocks here in the park. Another group of Goa here, feeding in the undergrowth. There's another group of Goa
King Nave.
feeding. Yeah, he's beautiful, isn't he?
Good sight.
Yeah. Oh yes, that's a beautiful beast. Huh? And that's a young one, did he say?
He's a big bull,
Yeah.
solitary. Young bull, young bull.
Look at him. Oh.
ಮೈಸೂರು ಕಡೆ ಮಾವನದವಾಡಿ ಕಡೆನಾ
Here in Naga Park, with again some elephants feeding early in the morning. And a beautiful sunrise.
ಯಾರು ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಯಾರು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿರೋದು
Shining through the trees.
ಹೊರಗಡೆ
Noor Jahan, Kira. This is Chamundri Hill in Mysore. This is a huge temple at the top. We're going to visit a few places today in Mysore. The local market again, which we love. The Raja's Palace, Tipu Sultan, his name was, fought against the British. This is a temple complex, and as you can see, more spotted deer in the park early in the morning.
ರಿಪೀಟ್ ಮಾಡ ಆಯ್ತು
It's a nice shot of the mist rising over the lake. This is a nice shot of the lake with the mist rising over the surface. Barbara and I are actually in a coracle now, on rake. Yeah, cabina. Huh? Bandipur, yeah. We passed through it on the way from.
Telling you what
Yeah. Iron, believe it or not, a family, Dutch family, who were on safari with us. And this is our guide round our campfire. Yeah. This is a good shot of a serpent eagle here in the park, sitting, waiting for something to move below, I suppose. Foraging with the spotted deer. This is the sign inside the park. Barbara and I are just about to mount this elephant and be taken into the jungle for a trip, which should be rather interesting. Wild boar and marabou stock here on the banks of the river Kabini. Barbara and I are in the boat, as you can hear, going up here in the evening. Some peacocks here with spotted deer. Wild boar again. Hello. Lembu. Another good shot of the macaque. What am I talking about? Of the langur. These are trees that have been submerged in a lake when the river was dammed. And they're now roosting points for all sorts of animals and birds. What? Oh yeah, it's a stork, yeah. Here's an elephant crossing the Kariba River, swimming. He swam richly right over to the other side. This is another shot of the elephant as it's slowly reaching the shore. It's not easy for me to keep my hands still because the boat's rocking and rolling. He's almost there. I hope to get a shot of him getting out.
So according to this, elephant knows swimming very well. This is practical. Not theory, it is practical. See, Guzman. The Guzman avoid.
Is he a bull?
Yeah. Oh, take everything, no?
Oh, he's a beauty.
It's amazing. It's a tusk. See, boss, this fat animal from here to here. Just within 10 minutes.
Another shot of this beautiful elephant. Male, of course, with the huge tusks. It's a wonder he's survived, really. The elephant's now in having a bit of supper after his long swim across the lake. This is bamboo he's eating at the moment, but the diet varies. And there's plenty of vegetation here for them. Here are some cormorants on the petrified trees, nesting. I've also seen osprey, palace eagle, kingfisher, swallow, river tern, quite a few other birds on our trip out tonight. There's a painted stork sitting on one of the petrified trees, and also in the background you might be able to see an osprey. Oh, he's decided to leave. Definitely an otter. Just after the sun's gone down. Another lovely shot. Another light coming up. huge male boar is coming up towards us. The epitome of masculinity. Well, we're leaving this beautiful place today, Kabini River Lodge, and we're heading up to the Coorg district of Karnataka to a place called Madikeri. We've had a wonderful time here. It's been like paradise. Both Barbara and I have seen all sorts of animals and birds, but also have been relaxing quite a bit. This is Barbara and I just waiting at the village of Karapur for our bus trip to HD Kodi. As you can see, it is a typical small Indian village. All the ladies here are going off to work down the road. This is a view overlooking Madikeri here in the Coorg region of Karnataka. We've been here for 2 days on our way to Mangalore. It's been very enjoyable. As you can see, we are now here at the railway station in Mangalore. We're just about to book our train fares for Gokarna, up at the top of Karnataka, and then we're on our way to go. This is Aluka's famous jewellery shop in Mangalore, and guess who's standing outside it here with Santa Claus? As you can see, we are now inside Aluka's, and Barb has found the real thing. This is one of the lovely ladies who served us in Aluka's. She's very, very... Well, here we are, Barb and I, in Gokarna. It's a pilgrimage town for Hindus. The temple in the background there, tuk-tuk getting in the way. Typical sort of small town here in Karnataka. Cows strolling around the street, as you can see. Market stalls. People buying and selling from all around. You heard that? It wasn't me. I came across this huge vehicle in the shed in Gokhan. I would think at one time it was probably hauled through the streets at some Hindu ceremony. Massive thing. As you can see from this scene in front of the temple, this is a very important Hindu shrine. Shiva's was supposed to have been reborn here. Reborn here out of a cow's ear. It is also a bit of a hippie enclave. Quite a few Europeans walking about here. With the whole hippie regalia on. This is one of the many hippie freaks we've seen. Here's another couple. Some more hippie boys. Some more of our hippie friends here.
Yes.
These gentlemen are here making new wheels for the caskets we saw earlier on. As you can see, they're absolutely huge. It's all done by hand. God knows how they're going to manage to get them onto the wagons or onto the caskets, but they'll find one somehow to do it. This is a house we came across in Gokhan. You can see it's very nicely decorated in a traditional Indian manner. Barbara and I came across this scene of langur monkeys feeding at the side of the road near Gokhan. Very unexpected situation, really. Sitting here feeding, quite happy, no problem at all. I'm about 6 foot from them at the moment, and they're just sitting here feeding away, quite a thing.
Maybe you don't mind having a picnic.
Both Barbara and I found this scene fascinating, as I'm actually stood about 12 foot, maybe less, to this group of langurs feeding away on this small bush, the tender shoots, obviously enjoying every minute of it, with no fear of me at all. Very aware of my presence though, and keeping an eye on me. This is a painting we found in a rock on an outcrop on our way to one of the more deserted beaches. We have now come up from Gokhan and are sitting here on the beach at Palalim, being entertained by this young lady. Barbara and I are now on the outskirts of Mumbai, or Bombay, call it what you like, on our way up to Jodhpur in Rajasthan, travelling right through Gujarat and entering Rajasthan and carrying on through Jodhpur to Jaisalmer. We are now at Palghar on our way up towards Gujarat, and as you can see here at the side of the railway station, people are living in absolute squalor. There's goats here, there's cattle here, there's children playing with kites. But they are very, very poor people. Still heading through Rajasthan. Still heading through Maharashtra. As you can see, the countryside hasn't changed an awful lot. It's getting dark now. We're getting Barbara and I are getting ready to get ready down for the night. This shot is on the train, like, and these are all the people that are travelling with us. There's a little girl that's been sitting beside me, and her mummy. This is Bannermans Beach at night time. A beach fire. Everybody enjoying themselves. A bit glitzy at times, but nevertheless, absolutely fantastic. You've already seen a scene from the front of the beach at Palghar. This is a scene from the back of the beach at Palghar. And as you can see, there is a huge difference. The people here are still living in small sort of huts. And there's pigs and cows. These are the little shacks that the people still live in here. As you can see, they're very dilapidated. This one actually isn't too bad. This house itself is quite a nice one compared with some of the other ones. We were just passing here and we came across this young gentleman doing his cooking, and his mother's right next to him doing the washing. A real domestic scene here. This is how Santa Claus does his training here in Palghar. He just keeps fit every morning, doing the same thing, walking back and forward here along the beach. I'm told that he comes from Germany. Here is another scene from the back of Palghar Beach. The piggies snorting around looking for food. And here we actually have some having a bath in the mud and enjoying every minute of it. I thought this was quite a good picture here of a pig family. Baby suckling away there, mother snoozing, and well, I don't know if it's father beside them. I just thought it was just a good shot with a chicken in the background. Look at this amazing scene. Haven't these gorgeous little things? Unfortunately, they will be. Well, Barbara and I are here on Palghar Beach at New Year's time, and as you can hear, it's bedlam. And there's all sorts going on here, bonfires, fireworks. There's some fireworks here at Bannermans Beach. Barbara insisted I must take. No doubt we'll get a lot more before the night's. This is New Year at Bannermans. This is amazing here on Bannermans Beach, one after the other.
Fireballs.
Exploding all around
Colour,
her.
aren't they?
Ah, it's no easy, Barbara, I'm telling you.
Oh!
Did you hear that one?
Keep it down there.
I can't do it, Barbara, I can't keep up with them. Well, here are Barbara and I in Bombay, or as the locals like to call it, Mumbai. This is the waterfront here, and just coming into view here is India Gate. And the surrounding buildings. Most of these are now hotels, and I may add very expensive ones as well. This is the opulent Taj International here. Very, very famous and top-class hotel here in Mumbai. So you can show, you know, that there's a big difference in contrast here between that and this. A family sitting on the pavement, eating their food off the pavement. It's amazing that things can be so different here in India, but I suppose it's the same all over the world. These are the doormen outside the Taj here in Bombay. As you can see, they're dressed up in their... This is India Gate from another angle. It was to commemorate something about King George and Queen Mary, but I'm not quite sure. And it's one of the first buildings you can see when you come into the port of Bombay. Reminds me of Piccadilly Circus here, really. All the pigeons. The characters walking about. Peanut cellar here. This is the gateway of India. As you can see it from the boat. We're now going to Elephant Island, and this is the Taj International. This is a little train that goes onto the Elephant Island, where there's a huge big cave for Hindu worshipping.
Maharashtra. Here's Ron, walking down casually. We're on Elephant Island, just off Bombay.
This is some gentleman restoring a boat on Elephant Island. And as you can see, when it's finished, it'll be absolutely fantastic. One of the little boats moored up here. Tide's out at the moment, so they're left high and dry. There's a little train coming back along the track. Yeah, Barbara's just pointed out to me some ladies coming towards us. Water carriers. This is the entrance to the Elephanta Caves, which is dedicated to Shiva. We'll proceed to go inside. This is the inside of the caves that I've already shown you, and as you can see, they're meticulously carved out by people in the 7th century. Another feature inside the caves. This is India Gate as we approach it from Elephanta Island, where we've been for the day. The Taj International as well, along the waterfront here. Barb and I have just been for a lovely meal at Leopold's, a couple of beers. We're heading back along Mandrinka Street, I think that's how you pronounce it, on our way back to our accommodation. Just another sight here on the streets of Bombay. A horse and, what would you call it, carriage I suppose, waiting for some customer. Barbara and I are just settling down for the night on the train from Bombay to Jodhpur, and this is a scene inside our carriage. Everybody's getting ready to get their beds all sorted out. Kids are screaming and misbehaving. As you can see, things have changed overnight on the way up from Gujarat. Rajasthan.
Chai.
This is Marwar Junction at 8 o'clock in the morning. And as you can see, everybody's wrapped up because it's very cold. Hustle and bustle, as I keep saying. Everybody meeting each other. Everybody pleased to see everybody. Barbara's standing here somewhere in the background. Well, here we are in Pushkar, the blue city as it's called, and you can see the reason why. All the little houses are painted blue. Barbara's just up here, she's looking for somewhere to stay, called the Cozy Guest House. Whether that will be acceptable to her is a different kettle of fish. This is our room here at God, what's it called? Jodhpur. Nicely big and airy. Nothing luxurious, but nevertheless, it'll do us for a few days. And I'll take you through here and out onto the balcony where Barbara's standing here with her fleece on, saying it's very cold. I don't mind it, it's not too bad as far as I'm concerned. We'll just go out onto the balcony and show you a shot from here. It's the Sabah. Children playing here and the goats are here. As you can see, most of the buildings here are whitewashed, or should I say blue washed. That's why it's called, Jodhpur's called the Blue City. Walking through the streets of Jodhpur, it's funny what you'll come across. The excitement, the colour, the diversity is overwhelming. This area here in Jodhpur concentrates, as you can see, on making things out of bamboo. Here barrow full of wood. This gentleman here is cutting up sticks for lollipops, would you believe, and does it day in and day out, along with his wife sitting. These containers here you can see in front of us are actually for oil. Another scene here just before we get to the clock tower and the omelette. This is the famous omelette shop here in Jodhpur, underneath the clock tower. It's run by the father and two sons, and they make about 1,000 omelettes a day. It's mentioned in The Lonely Planet, which of course is a fantastic claim. Now in the marketplace, heading towards the clock tower. These ladies here selling their wares in market here in Jodhpur again. And the clock tower right in front of us. Well, I'm struggling to see it with the sun shining in my eyes. Isn't this an amazing sight here inside the marketplace? As you can see. You name it, yet again, they sell it. tower here in the middle of the market. A bit better here actually. I don't really know its history. Probably built at the same time. In the marketplace, and their beautiful clothes, as you can see, is absolutely astounding. These ladies, in the very bright colours, are all from the surrounding villages, buying and selling their wares. That's all right, I don't mind. This is a view of the palace from the gates, just as we're approaching in our tuk-tuk, as you can hear it in the background, chugging away good style. This is the polo team. They've just finished practicing. Okay. I don't know whether it's the Maharaja's polo team or not, like, you know, but as you can see, they're all beautiful horses. Not like this old scraggy things that are pulling carts in the...
Here we are in Jodhpur at the Umid Bhawan Palace. As you can see, it's very beautiful. Here's Ron doing a little pose for you. Very beautiful palace.
Here's one of the gentlemen who shows us round the museum here at the Umid Bhawan Palace in Jodhpur. Very smart, as you can see. Typical Rajasthani turban and the moustache. Very smart. Now one of the gentlemen here who sort of guard the palace, I suppose one could say. He's saluting me. It's great stuff, it is. It's an amazing building here, really. You know, what does one say? The architecture here. All this stone was brought from about 9 miles away on camels. It's red sandstone, which is actually quite easy to carve, I suppose one says. But still a huge feat. 3,000 people worked on this amazing building as a famine relief project by the Maharaja at the time. And to keep the people happy, and I suppose build him this luxurious palace. It is now run partly by him, by the present Maharaja and the Taj Group. This is the fort from halfway up the hill, as you can hear. We're still in the tuk-tuk. It's chugging away. And this is a view of some of the houses. And all the way up there. You can see they're very, very basic. Well, we've at last reached a great fort here at Jodhpur. And as you can see, it's an immense structure. We're going to have a bit of a walk round it and hopefully see the sunset here at Jodhpur. This is another shot from below this immense structure. As you can see, great detail of the sculpture and the architecture. We came across this little gathering of armed squirrels here enjoying their food and scampering around. Yeah, I've got them. This is music. It's currently top of the Indian hit parade. This gentleman here calling us on the way up. Thank you. Very nice of you. Asshole. Another area of the fort here, as you can see. Yet again, it's beautiful. Walking along here, admiring all the intricate designs. We have now reached the highest point here on the fort, and are looking out over Jodhpur city, the Blue City as it is called. This is the old city, of course, with the Maharaja's palace in the background, if I can find it. There we are. It's a shaky hand, but nevertheless you can see it there. This is the battlements on the fort, and as you can see, they were well protected.
Ron, standing in Jaipur Fort. Looking over into the Blue City.
Here's the clock tower in the market area of Jodhpur that we filmed earlier, and somewhere just in front of us is our hotel. But picking it out is virtually impossible, as you can see amongst this conglomerate. I've managed to pick out, believe it or not, from this maze of buildings down below us, the hotel that Barbara and I are staying at. It's a Wa. This is it. It's a rooftop restaurant, and we've had a couple of lovely meals there. And we've managed to pick it out from up here.
The one with the cover.
Well, I'm only fit for this building here in front of us is a memorial to one of the Maharajas. I'm not quite sure which one it was, but as you can see, it's a very beautiful building. As are most of them, of course. The design that went into them was influenced from the Persians. This area below us where I'm photographing is the tank where the people come to bathe. It's a holy area, and it's called the Ghats, or the stairs that lead down to it. At the moment it is empty because they're cleaning it out. This is a small temple here in the Jodhpur fort in Rajasthan. See people down there worshipping. I don't know if you can see it, but there's some parakeets feeding in this tree somewhere. The sun's kind of shining in my eyes, so I can't actually pick them out myself. But they're here. This is a banyan tree up here in the fort area, and sat right next to it is this young lady. Looking beautiful as ever. Rather coy at times, but on the other hand, can be outrageous. This is what I've come to Jodhpur fort to see, to witness. The vultures coming in to roost at night time. As you can see, there's some circling above us. Ready to come in. Here's one coming in now, but his sun's spoiling this shot. Amazing. Here's the vulture coming in for another try of landing. And one at the same time. Vultures intrigue me. They're such so well designed for the. Okay, just keep going. Yeah, okay, just keep going. This is the meat market here in Jodhpur, and as you can see, it's mostly goats. On you go. Amazing place. Goodness me. A lot of goats meat here. This is all for the festival coming up soon. We're inside a Havali here in Jodhpur, just going to have a drink. Barbara and I have now left Jodhpur and now we're travelling by train, as you can hear, across the Thar Desert in western Rajasthan on our way to Jaisalmer, where we're going to be staying for a few days. I'm getting choked to death here with smoke now at the moment, as you can probably see. Very dry and arid area of Rajasthan this, heading towards the Pakistani border. This is about an hour later after my first recording of the Thar Desert, and as you can see, it's still the same. Arid and dry, very uninhabited, but there is wildlife here. There is antelope, blue bull, wolves, and wild ass. You see, it is still desert. I don't know what these are, obviously a tree that thrives very well in the desert. All the dunes there in the background. Just desert and more desert until you come along across a little encampment like this. Surprise, surprise! Civilization. Well, Barbara and I have now arrived in Jaisalmer, and this is the fantastic fort here. It's actually called the Golden Fort, and you can see the reasons why. It's built of sandstone, like a lot of the buildings here. And this is from the rooftop of this Sunrat guest house here in Jaisalmer. Barbara and I have just come in here to Jaipur Fort. Not Jaipur, Jaisalmer Fort. And as you can see, it's an amazing structure. Absolutely amazing. It's a living-in fort here. And there's all sorts of markets and stalls. There's actually a bazaar inside. Another little snap and scene of inside the fort here in Jaisalmer. German bakery, it says here. There seems to be one in every town here in India, or every touristy town here in India.
This is Ron at the fort. He's clowning around with his hat on. It's rather trendy, eh? Yeah?
They're still looking for somebody to fit them. I also came across this rather unusual yoga position. This is a view from the top of the fort in Jaisalmer, here in Rajasthan. Out round the city here. A little lake down the bottom there. And just get it in, yeah, there it's there. Zoom round and give you an all-round sort of view. There's a little family gathering here at night time, just before the sun goes down. The ladies chatting away in their colourful saris. They're being groomed here, their hair done. Well, we've just had a bit of a walk round Jaisalmer Fort, and it's absolutely fantastic inside. But this is just another sort of glimpse of it just before the sun goes down. And it looks like as if it was made of butterscotch. I think you'd agree with that. Unfortunately, it is rather on our way down to the lake here at Jaisalmer. We spotted this character here playing away on his, well, I don't know what it is, some type of stringed instrument. This is the entrance to the lake here. Barbara's down here somewhere doing a bit of wheeling and dealing. I'll leave all that to her now.
Here's Ron, standing at the Holy Lake in Jaisalmer. Very beautiful place, as you can see. 7,000 years old. Show you a little bit of it. The architecture. Come towards me now, Ron. Lovely.
Here's another shot from the other side of the lake of the temple here at the lake in Jaisalmer. There's some gentlemen down here who have been bathing at the Ghats. The Ghats are steps down towards any place in India where people go to bathe or cleanse their souls. I came across this young lady peeping out at me from one of the houses round. Here's another shot from the lake. Taking in
Which country?
the palace in the background. Now you've got the temple here down at the lake in Jaisalmer, with the palace in that as a background, as I said before. The Golden City it's called because of the lovely Jurassic sandstone it's made of. Barbara and I are outside Jaisalmer now. I believe this is a sort of typical Indian village in this region, although I feel even this is rather modernised. Not what I really expected, but there you go. Here's Barbara here, sitting on a camel in the middle of the Thar desert. As you can see, they're all here, all around us. Everybody touting for business. An amazing place. Not the sort of place I like, but nevertheless, I suppose at the end of the day, they've got to make a living, these people. I was hoping to see a camel train going across the desert, but
With the background as well. Oh, that's lovely. That's lovely. Look at the design on the camel's neck.
as you can see, the Thar desert is a very desolated place. It's just a shame at the end of the day. It's been Here's another grand shot of the camels just coming in here. Some of them don't seem very happy and they're grumbling about it. Here's Lawrence leading his camel over the sand dunes here in Rajasthan. And we're heading towards sunset. Hey, we have a group of Rajasthani ladies doing a bit of performing for us. Cost us, of course, but nevertheless, they've got to make money some way. Very beautiful girls. Yeah. 10 rupees, eh? Can't be bad. Yes.
Here is Ron, walking up the Thar desert. Very warm work. Stepping out in his new camel skin hat that he bought today. Very warm work.
There's a good shot of a caravan of camels coming across the Thar desert. This is the sun setting over the Thar desert here in Rajasthan. An absolutely wonderful place. And here's the camels heading back to their, I don't know if they call them stables or what they live in. their owners in tow, having got about 80 rupees each for the journey, which is not a lot of money in our money, but it's a lot for them. Here's a scene from the top of our little guest house here in Jaisalmer. Gentleman here selling fruit, and as I move along, on the top of the wall, I may add here, about 50 foot up, I'm looking for these two gentlemen, but I can't find them. They're there somewhere. Down here, over the top of the roofs. And out across into the desert. There's a lady carrying water around the corner to her little cottage. And down below us here, you'll see the children. And of course, Barbara's favourite animal here, the goat. Here is a typical scene, one you see maybe all round the world, where the men are sitting here chatting and reading the newspaper, while the woman does the work, or the woman does the work, carrying the water, as said before. Well, husband, I've got a shot here of what I think is a steppe eagle, but I may be wrong. I'm going to walk towards him and see how far I can get close. So it'll be a bit bumpy. It's a beautiful creature. I saw him yesterday, but I didn't have the video with me. And we're still at the lake here in Jaisalmer. He's taken off now. Look at that. See all the pigeons? He's disturbed all the pigeons here.
You got it?
Uh-huh. It won't go far. I came across this little group of cormorants and shags and the spoonbill, a bird I've never seen before in the world. Absolutely beautiful. It's a birdwatcher's paradise here. Well, I think it is anyway, because I've seen so many different kinds of birds that I've never seen before. Here's some Brahmani ducks here in the lake at Jaisalmer. Bird that yet again I haven't seen before. Gorgeous colour. Same sort of colour as the Brahmani kite, really. I'm told they're quite uncommon. So it's kind of made my day to see them. Here's the Brahmani ducks again, and I'm going to try and walk forward as near as I can, trying to keep steady at the same time. The ground here is all covered in rocks, so it's easier said than done. I'm managing to get them quite near them. Oops. And a slight hole there. A beautiful bird. There you go. They're off. Beautiful bird. Yeah, I've got him. I've still got him. There's a lovely bird here on the tree in front of us. A little beater. There's quite a lot of them around here. Absolutely beautiful. Yeah, oh, they're a bonny bird. Nice when they fly as well. You are now witnessing an amazing spectacle of damozel cranes here at Kitchen near Palodi in Rajasthan. These birds come here and feed every morning and have been doing this for nearly 150 years. The birds are now landed on the sand dunes here at the back of the compound, which was built to protect them from dogs and cats, but will eventually come a lot nearer and we will see them feed. Here are some of the cranes landing on the dunes just outside Kitchen. They will eventually come a lot nearer and start feeding on the food that's... Here's some of the cranes just coming in to feed now. As you can see, just wheeling around above us, waiting to come down and feed in the compound. Here they are again, coming in. See who's going to be the first one to come down and make the move. The amazing noise as well. The noise is amazing. Well, ones are eventually landed, and no doubt the rest will all start to come down. As you can see, there's loads of pigeons here as well. Still circling round, waiting to make the move. You see more and more landing all the time. The noise actually is you can hear is drowning out my speech. I've never ever seen anything like this in my life. It's a spectacle that only happens here in Kitchen, here in Afghanistan, Rajasthan. And come up and over. I'll make this the last shot because I think most of them are in here, and as you can see, the flock is huge. I reckon there is about 3,000 birds here, but I don't know. I wouldn't like to count them. These are some of the people whose rooftop we're on. This little lad here can speak quite good English. This other gentleman standing here with a scarf and the orange top. He has actually written literature about the cranes. His friend here reading the book. Well, we are now leaving Falodi after seeing the cranes at Kitchen, and we're on our way to Bikaner by bus. Just a view of what's going on round about these crossroads here. Stop over for the lorries, little cafes and restaurants. Signboard here for Bama, Jesselma, Jodhpur, Falodi. Well, Barb and I have arrived here in Bikaner, and this is a shot of the Bikaner fort. Very similar to the other forts here in Rajasthan, but not as impressive as Jaisalmer and Jodhpur, because they were both on hills. But nevertheless, the architecture here, as you can see, is very similar and very stunning. This is the entrance into the proper fort here. Inside there's a museum and other artifacts to have a look at, and no doubt we will pay our few rupees and have a look inside. As you come through one of the main entrances here in the fort in Bikaner, this is the scene that meets your eyes. Rather gorish, I may add, but nevertheless quite impressive. Well, we've made it here to the camel fair at Bikaner, and as you can see, it's a great hive of activity. Everybody going around. The camels are all decorated up to look the best, and some of them are absolutely beautiful. There's a shot of the camels just being led off. As you can see, they're being used as advertising billboards. Unfortunately, people here seem to be intent on getting... Here's some lovely camels lined up waiting to be led off. And arseholes walking around as well, like getting in the bloody way. An amazing place, this. We've met a lad called Derek here. He's all the way from Ireland. And some of these chaps here that have persuaded us to come here. They got us on the bus in Bickener, and they've been very friendly to us.
Design on camera.
Look at these amazing designs on the camels. They're all made up to look beautiful for the day. In fact, one's just kissed my back. I think it fancies. Here's a shot of a gentleman we came across and some of his friends waiting to watch the wrestling. They're all standing up here waiting for the show to start. When I come round here, you see we are now looking down onto the camel fair and onto the area where they do wrestling, dancing, etc. Barbara decided to get on the show here along with her friend. This man is very interesting. I don't know what actually it's all about, but it's a good photograph anyway. This is a group of Rajasthani gentlemen we came across in their authentic costumes. This is a local Rajasthani dance session going on. Some of these men are magnificent. No! As you can see, this camel fair is held just outside Bickener in the Thar Desert. And I find that the actual fair itself rather boring, needless to say. So I've come away from it, and I'm now taking a bit of the actual desert itself. I find the desert very sort of therapeutic and peaceful, although there is background of people shouting. I would like to just sort of walk off and maybe sleep the night under a acacia tree. But unfortunately, it's back to the hotel. Here's Barbara and Derek heading off into the desert, followed by the rest of the tribe. I just hope they get back safely.
Where are you from, sir?
Scotland.
Scotland. England?
No, Scotland.
No. Scotland.
Here they are, they've got all their followers. Derek's a mad Irishman we've met here on holiday.
Do you want to sit on the camel?
No, I don't.
Why?
I just don't. Thank you very much.
Oh my God!
I have managed to escape from the razzmatazz of the fair, and these camels here that you're seeing are all up for sale. They've got rid of all their razzmatazz as well and look more like the wild Indian camel, although they're not really wild. Here's some here who are eating or munching away at a acacia tree. You can hear the funny noises that they're all making. And the smell, well, it's a bit dodgy, but nevertheless, I still think they're lovely creatures. Bickener. Camel fair at Bickener. The festivities go on. Not really my scene, but nevertheless, I suppose one's got to visit these places. We are now at Deshnuk Temple here in Rajasthan, and this is a place that's very famous for its rats. They're worshipped by the Hindus here, and are thought to be reincarnations of their loved ones. I will now zoom you around and you have a look at the devotees arriving here on the tops of buses and any other way they can actually get here. And also the inevitable stalls all around. We're just going to enter the temple now, and I'll hopefully bring you some pictures of the inside. Well, we've now entered the temple, and as you can see, it's absolutely infested by rats. And they're revered by the devotees here. They're clambering everywhere. This is some of them eating at the moment. Some of the rats here having a drink of milk. They're crawling all over the place actually, you know, you see them running about. This one's down here is washing himself because he was just falling into the milk vat. Rats, rats and more rats. Or here, one looking at its hole in the wall. They're all over the place. Fascinating, really. Barbie's a bit wary of them, but they're very, very tame. They get fed all the time. They're not hungry or anything like that. There's a picture of inside the temple here. Just to get you around it a bit. I mean, as was said, sometimes you see in one temple you've seen them all, but this is actually a very unusual one because of the rats. Some devotees coming out of here, been in worshipping.
Here's Ron at the Rat Temple. They're really enjoying it. And the rats a little stroke, if you don't mind. They're feeding on milk and some type of money or offerings from the Indian people.
This shot is from right inside the temple itself, in the main part. In the main part of the temple where the devotees come. Shit. Where the devotees come and worship the rats. And here are some of the devotees sat down worshipping in the main part. People keep walking in front of me, unfortunately, with no thought. But then again, I suppose I'm really invading on their privacy. This is the streets of Bikaner. As you can see, it's an amazing place. There's not only as there loads of traffic, there's loads of camels as well. And little boy and girl here, you know, that wanted photos taken. There's a picture of the train coming! The streets of Bikana. Amazing. Lovely parakeets. It's just an introduction to the palace here, the Lalgath Palace here, where the royal family still live. As you see, it's a magnificent building made of red sandstone. And this part I'm showing you now is actually a hotel, the Lalgath Palace Hotel. A lot of these forts here in Rajasthan, or palaces, have been converted into hotels because the families can't really afford to run them now, because there's diminishing responsibility and finance. So it's partly owned by the Taj Group and partly owned by His Royal Highness something Singh. Here's Barbara having a beer at the Lalgath Palace Hotel, which is in the grounds of the Lalgath Palace, where the Maharajas have lived for years and still do so. She's now going to take a picture of me sat here.
Here's Ron now, just enjoying a beer outside the palace.
Well, we've now arrived at Jaipur Junction here in Rajasthan, and as you can see, the welcoming party are out to meet us. Busy cleaning up. Just to prove we're here in Jaipur, that's the railway notice board. A few people standing around, nosing, watching me. People having their cups of tea and coffee before they go off to work. This area of Jaipur that I am now filming from the bus is called the Pink City, and there's obvious the reason why. All the buildings are given a pink wash. Still in Jaipur in the Pink City. Through one of the gates now. As you can can see. One of the old palaces here in Jaipur. Shot of a Rajasthani gentleman here. This is the inside of the observatory here in Jaipur, an amazing place. You can tell the time and see the planets, and all these different instruments are for different types of things, you know. Different types of measurements for the planets and the time. And these structures in front of us here are part of an observatory that was built by, what's his name? Jankai Singh or something like that. Jai Singh. And all of these constructions are for one way of measuring time, space, distance from the moon, planets, etc. The one in the middle, the huge construction in the middle, is actually a huge sundial. Amazing that it was built nearly 250 years ago. This building in front of us is the Maharaja Sayawa Man Singh's palace, and it also is a museum. Quite a modern building, but modern building, as you can see. More of the pink city here in Jaipur. So see some of it could do with a new coat of paint. Leaving the pink city and heading out into the country.
Maharaja, which to arrive quick,
Aye.
which is the abolition from British.
That was the Jal Mahal Palace and its lake surrounding. Well, we've now arrived at the Amber Fort here in Jaipur. As you can see, the beautiful elephants that take people for a ride up into the fort. But unfortunately, exploitation has ruled the way here, and it's 400 rupees to take an elephant. This is a view of the fort itself. As you can see, it's an absolutely huge building. Built by who? Built by who?
By Maharaja Man Singh, this 5th century, 10th century.
Right,
1000 years old,
right,
700 years old,
Right.
front part 370 years old, Jaipur 208 years old.
There's a nice shot of Barbara with one of the beautifully decorated elephants that take people up to the top of the fort. Beautifully decorated. He's laughing at you, 10 rupees. Aye. They want 50 rupees, no 10. 100? Aye.
First take picture.
And as you can see, it's a very nice building. Very ornate. Although I have seen better ones. Jaipur, Jodhpur and Jaisalmer I think were better than this. This is the entrance to the Amber Fort here in Jaipur. And the wall, they've built a wall right up here. It's right round it. Amazing. This is another part of the wall. It goes right round. Right up to the top of the mountain. Ladies bringing home the sticks. Been out collecting for the fires to cook the food tonight. This is the Jain temple here in Jaipur. And as you can see, it's a very lovely building. The Jains were a sect of Buddhism who split away quite a few years ago. Another little shot of the temple just to show you how nice it is.
On in front of the beautiful temple, as you can see. You can maybe hear the chimes ringing in the background. Very, very beautiful place. We've had a lovely day out. City tour of the Pink City. The Amber Fort.
These lovely flowers here along the embankment beside the temple. As you can see, they're absolutely beautiful. There's bougainvillea here, mimosa, and quite a few other shrubs that I don't really recognise. But they're absolutely gorgeous. And I don't know if you can see, but up behind them is an old temple and fort. Yeah, it is. This is the area around Ramniswas Gardens here in Jaipur. And as you can see, it's quite nicely laid out. And at the back of us here is the Albert Museum. Named, of course, after Victoria's husband. Quite a intricate building, as you can see. Hopefully, sun's shining in my eyes. At the front here, we have the gentlemen and the ladies cleaning up the place, keeping it very nice and tidy. People feeding pigeons, and other people sightseeing, as we are. We're also visiting today the Lake Palace, Tiger Fort, Gator, a little village just outside, and Galta, a walled city. So hopefully it will be quite an interesting day. That's terrible. Here's a shot of the tiger in Jaipur Zoo. which we are visiting. Unfortunately, the place is rather sort of dilapidated and way out of date, but I can remember when Edinburgh Zoo was very similar. So hopefully, over time, and a bit more money ploughed in by the government, it will improve. There's a leopard here, rolling about in the sand in the Jaipur Zoo. Seems to be happy enough, purring away and rolling around. Here's some more young tigers, an enclosure. A white one, an albino. I wish I could let him out. Here's a shot of the, I think they're crocodiles. Enclosure here in Jaipur Zoo. We're just entering the Galta Monkey Palace here, just outside Jaipur, and as you can see, they're everywhere. You've got to be a bit careful because they can be a bit naughty at times. And up here on the rocks there's macaque and langur. Everywhere. Well, we're out here about 14 miles outside Jaipur, as I said earlier on, visiting the Galta Monkey Palace. And perhaps you can hear the chanting in the background. Here's the palace here, or temple, and it's surrounded by mountains on all sides. Beautiful place, very tranquil. Monkeys and cows and birds everywhere. Rhesus monkeys, most of these are, and they're tolerated by the cows. There's no animosity at all. There's a little ruined building up the top of the hill here. Perhaps a retreat for some of the monks from the temple. It's a lovely place, this. There's even some palm trees here. A little oasis, one could say. As we approach the entrance towards the temple, no doubt you can hear the prayers that are being recited by the high priest. You hear the monkeys screaming there as well, I suppose. There's a little kerfuffle went on. It was the old story, unfortunately, here when you go in these places. You get free of charge to get in, but you have to spend 50 rupees for your camera and 100 rupees for your video, which we are just not going to pay because it's a... Here's a group of juveniles having a bit of fun here, frolicking in the sand and round about the bushes. You see them, Beth and Ben? Eh? Cheeky little monkeys, aren't they? Cheeky little monkeys.
Go. Second. Okay.
Watching monkeys play.
Yes. Small. Small one.
Here, the palace of Sisodia, Maharani of Jai Singh II, and so on and so forth. As you can see, yet again, it's very, very nicely decorated, very ornate. And with some lovely gardens. People are now here doing a bit of watering, and there's a ladies' convention going on in this little gazebo. As usual, the men are lying around doing nothing. I'll just get a zoom round this beautiful place. Beautiful gardens. They are net and decorated and laid out very nicely.
This movie camera?
Yes.
No, movie camera not allowed.
This is a view from the top of the hill near the Tiger Fort here in Jaipur. And this palace is in the middle of a lake. It's a beautiful scene, but I don't know if I'm getting it because I can't actually see very much myself with the sun shining. But it is actually a beautiful place. The mountains around. Down here there's a small temple. Absolutely gorgeous. This is a view from the top near the Tiger Fort of Jaipur, the city of Jaipur. Down in the valley here. There's 3 million people, I'm told, live in Jaipur and around surrounds. And down in the valley here we have Gita. Maharaja Gita. And the walls of the fort up here. Up on the top of the hills here. Surrounding the palace. The Tiger Fort. I came across these this flock of peacocks, absolutely gorgeous, and I was sort of walking in this wooded area. A beautiful creature. And the colours on their necks are absolutely fantastic. As they strut around the bushes. This is the Jal Mahal Water Palace here in Jaipur, or on outskirts of Jaipur.
Made in King Pratap Singh.
And as you can see, it's absolutely beautiful. I'll give you a sort of swing round view of it. Towards Jaipur here. The city is on our right here. People come along here and promenade. Lovers and all the children come around to play. There's boating on the lake. This is on the left of the lake coming in. Hills in the background. People are boating here as well. I think I mentioned that earlier. And that's the dam in the background. Lovely time of night this. The sun's just going down over the back of the hill there. I might even... This building you can see here, this fort, is actually the Jaipur Hilton. And if we swing round, we can see the elephant here standing, waiting for customers. And also, maybe press the wrong button there, Barbara, but never mind. This beautiful creature here as well. And here's some of the local boys selling their wares and tears. The beautiful vegetables here and fruit. Absolutely gone. Jaipur at rush hour. Chaos. Utter chaos. I thought you would just find it a wee bit interesting, like, you know. We're still in the Pink City here, driving along in our tuk-tuk, as you can see. And it's absolute bedlam. But we love it. The chaos, the diversity, the colour. We're now going to have something to eat, maybe a few drinks, before we go back to our lodgings.
Your name? Barbara. Barbara. Yes. Your name?
We are now.
Yeah.
Your
name?
Ron. We are now on our way to Pushkar City by cycle shop. This poor gentleman in front of us is cycling very hard, and I have a sort of different thoughts about it.
Get it, tape, Rob.
Well, as you can see, we've now left Jaipur, and we are now in Udaipur, which is supposed to be absolutely beautiful. Still in Rajasthan, of course. This is about 7 o'clock in the morning. The mist's still lying, and I think we might just have a wee kip before we sort of have a look round. There's Barbara sitting having a cup of coffee. The dog's round about her. This is a reception here at Udaipur as we came in. This gentleman, I think, is probably waiting. Well, we've just arrived here in Udaipur at our hotel, and this is the view that met our eyes when we came up for breakfast onto the rooftop restaurants. As you can see, it's absolutely stunning. Udaipur looks a very beautiful place. The first shot you saw was the Lake Palace, which obviously we will visit while we're here. Absolutely beautiful place. Hills in the background here. A monastery on top of this one here. Absolutely gorgeous. This is a shot from the top of our hotel out over Udaipur at night time. The lake you can see in front of you is called Lake Pichola, and there's several palaces on it here, and hotels have taken over them, and they cost a fortune to stay in. Just give you a view of the place. A lot of these beautiful buildings you see in front of you are temples, and you can see the lake shining in front of you, I hope. Take you up here, and I can get it. There's a view of a monastery on top of the hill. And this is round of. There's several weddings going on here tonight, and there's fireworks going on all around us. This is a view of the city palace here in Udaipur, and also the lake down below it here. It's still used for washing clothes and people down at the Ghats. Beautiful area.
Here you have Ron now, at where all the past Maharajas were buried and cremated. It's a holy place, it's called the Ghats. Very holy water. Some people also wash and bathe in these waters. Here's Ron again. I think he thinks he's the king. All these things are in memory of the Maharajas that died in the past. Very, very beautiful place. As you can see, there's plenty of them. So beautiful. Ron, here's Ron climbing the steps. This is the most impressive Maharaja's palace. I think it's the biggest of the lot. He must have been a very, very wealthy person. And there's the king.
As you can see from this shot, there must have been a lot of Maharajas in the past, and they must have been very rich and wealthy to build such amazing memorials for themselves.
Is it marble?
Because they actually started to make these memorials before their demise, which is rather weird, but nevertheless that's their culture. Right, we came across this group of villagers who have come from just outside Jaipur.
Yes.
And there's Barbara there and all the boys round about the piper.
Yes. अभी जा रहे हैं सर 1 minute
This is the waterfall at Salyugavade. Very lovely place. And it's the State Institute of Educational Research and Training. Into what? I don't really know. There's beautiful gardens outside. Very bonny.
We came across this beautiful arboretum in the gardens here beside the previous temple. As you can see, it's absolutely beautiful. And we just come round here and you see that there's these fountains coming up and watering the plants. There's all sorts of different kinds of trees here. I like walking around the gardens here and seeing the different kinds of trees, some of which I haven't a clue what they are. There's sort of palm trees and figs, climbing ivies, banana trees, and one or two other creatures walking around here, and a lovely fountain right in the middle. As you can see, there's a centerpiece. This is another lovely shot of a fountain here in the gardens in Udaipur. Elephants standing round about the pool. Little temple in the background there. The gardens here are absolutely beautiful. There's a lady around here somewhere and she's doing the sweeping up. A very pretty girl. Standing beside the palm tree, very busy. Barbara and I were walking along the side of the lake and we came across this very sort of typical scene of the ladies washing their clothes by the lake. Lovely colours on their saris and clothes that they're washing. And right at the end here there's a little temple. These are traditional Rajasthan houses here. Mud walls, as you can see, and terracotta tiles on the top. Very cool inside, I would think. And the tribes live in these out in the villages. This is a view from the Monsoon Palace overlooking Udaipur city and the lakes that surround. As you can see, it's absolutely beautiful. We've climbed up here in a tuk-tuk and we had to stop halfway because the tuk-tuk overheated. The engine in the tuk-tuk overheated. And we're just going to have a wander around this palace here that the Maharaja used during the monsoon season. This is a view from the other side of the Monsoon Palace, just outside Udaipur, and as you can see, a completely different contrast. Very mountainous. And very barren, but I've been told by our guide that there is people actually live in these mountains. I'll also give you a little shot of the palace itself. This was only used during the monsoon time by the Maharaja to escape the heat down on the plains. Here's another shot out across Udaipur and the lakes surrounding. Absolutely beautiful. Stunning area. There's 3 or 4 lakes here. They are actually, 1 or 2 of them are artificial lakes that were built by the Maharajas about 150 years ago. While out walking with Barbara, I came across this little temple where all the ladies were singing, and obviously some sort of celebration going on. Drums and all lovely dresses, colourful, beautiful dresses. I'm walking around the zoo here, or should I say a dilapidated zoo here. I came across this tree, and as you can see, it's absolutely covered in fruit bats. It's a huge tree and it's covered in them. They're sort of roosting at the moment, waiting to go out at night time and feed. Absolutely covered in them.
Good.
Typical street scene here in Udaipur. Ladies loading up their donkeys and clearing up the mop. Shops with all sorts of things to sell. And there's all these little windy streets, you can soon get lost. Here's a view of the city palace here in Udaipur. As you can see, yet again, it's a grand building. Very ornate, as I keep saying. Very stately. One thing I'll say about the Maharajas, they didn't mess about. They got on with the job and built these beautiful structures. This is another shot of the inside of Udaipur City Palace. An absolutely beautiful place. It's spoiled yet again by too many bloody junk shops. It's such a gorgeous place. But I suppose at the end of the day, that's the sort of thing that happens. Although, as I say, I feel that it spoils it all. This is Barbara and I on a little train going round Udaipur Park and Zoo. nice little train. It takes you right through the sort of jungle area. There's loads of birds and lovely wild flowers. A nice place just to stroll round and relax. Here's a nice shot of a man I think everybody will recognise. Mahatma Gandhi, a freedom fighter of India. In the park here in Udaipur, along with quite a nice building in the background. This is a chap feeding a machine. It's bamboo he's putting into it, and at the other end, when it's finished, there's this gorgeous tasting juice comes out. And I'm just about to sample one again because it's absolutely... This is a view of the palace here in Udaipur, where part of the James Bond movie Octopussy was filmed. It's absolutely stunning here. It's just where Barb and I are having our last meal here. And as you can see, the sun's just going down. Absolutely beautiful. Well, Barbara and I are on our way now to Barapur Bird Sanctuary. We've moved on from Jaipur. As you can see, we left the desert behind, and we're in, one could say, suburbia. Also very agricultural here, whereas back in Jaipur it was very much a desert area. Well, Barbara and I have finally arrived at Barapur Park here in Rajasthan. An amazing place. I've dreamt of coming here since I watched Land of the Tiger and Valmik Thapa. It's just absolutely beautiful. Birds of every shape and size, every species you can think of. Painted stork, coot, eagle owl, cormorant, the list endless. A gorgeous, tranquil place as well. As you can see, Barapur is just a birdwatcher's paradise, and also a very beautiful place. Painted storks nesting. There's a darter here on the trees drying itself out after its morning fishing. And a heron up in the tree here somewhere, if I can find him. Yeah, there he is. And hundreds of coots here. Hundreds of them. It's just mind-boggling. and so beautiful as well. Barapur. It's got a lovely ring to it. And we've seen some beautiful birds. I'll just bring you around here. I've actually hired some bikes today to see this lovely place. And here's Barbara coming along the track on hers.
Very bumpy road.
Very bumpy road. He's a painted stork sitting on the little islet. And there was a Sarus crane in the background, but and they're very rare, these. There's only about 4 pairs actually breed here. They come down from Siberia. I don't know if I'm getting it at the moment. It's there somewhere, in between these 2 trees. My eyes are terrible. I need to go to the opticians when I get back home. But it's there somewhere in between these 2 trees. I hope I've got it. I hope you can see this now. I've just got these Sarus cranes again. As I say, they're very rare here. They're very rare in the world. I think the last thing I read, there was only about 2,000 left. So we're quite lucky to see these. Some bar-headed geese here as well in front of us. They've flown all the way from Siberia. Here's a cracker of a shot, but unfortunately I can't really get in close enough with the deer and the Sarus cranes in the front of it. Beautiful place this. I could take a whole load of video here, but I've only got 1 tape left. I had to get this shot of the 2 parakeets because I thought it was, well, I thought it was quite a good picture. And I was quite close to them here as well on this dead tree.
Bill and Ben.
They're very, very, hi Bill and Ben. They're very common here.
Here's Ron now at Rantham, place he's been wanting to visit for many years. This is his birthday treat. He's doing a little bit of bird watching. It's an absolutely beautiful place. Here's the egrets. Thousands and thousands of beautiful birds. Ron, riding his bike.
Barapur again. I just can't stop taking pictures really. The place is absolutely amazing. There's every bird you can think of here. Duck, all sorts of different varieties of ducks that I don't really know until I get back to the hotel and look at my books. Deer here of different types, cheeto, nilgai, barasinga, there's spoonbills, egrets of all sorts. You name it, it's here. Kingfishers, all sorts of different birds. There's some, I don't know if you can catch these, but there's some purple coots out there. I hope we get them. They're out there somewhere. I could do a better lens, better zoom on this, but it's all right. These are some blue bull or blue cow, depending on the sex, mixed in amongst some feral cattle that live here. The other name for them is also nilgai. Barapur. On the lookout for more birds, of course. Quite a pleasant way to start off the morning. Zoom round and just give you a shot of some of the birds you can see here up in the trees.
Black one
We are now
from China.
coming out into an open area here in Barapur, and as you can see, it's absolutely beautiful. And the wildlife here is just, you know, beyond comprehension. Ducks and cormorants, waders of all sorts, egrets of all sorts, and just beautiful. I mean, I can't get over how lovely and peaceful and quiet it is here. We love it here. We've decided to stay another day, in fact, even though that's probably not long enough.
Or a couple.
Here's a lovely shot of a spotted eagle, yeah, here at Barapur, looking around for his breakfast. A beautiful creature. There's about 36 varieties of raptors here in the park. And this, of course, is one of them. Here's a shot of a colony of painted storks. Still nesting, actually. Still have some babies in the nests. We're slowly approaching them. This is an amazing place. I can't get over how tranquil and how beautiful it is. I keep saying that, I know, but it's really great therapy.
Grey heron.
Yeah, I see him there, yeah. A close up here of the painted storks here at Barapur. There is still some juveniles in the nests.
Yeah.
Look like old men, I always think. Remind me a bit of myself. Grumpy old men. There's thousands of these painted stork here in Barapur, as well as an endless number of other another tree full of them here. I think they're obviously the most commonest bird here at Barapur.
Madam.
Here we are cruising up the river, Barbara, me and
See.
our
Bamboo. Catch up the bamboo. Oh.
I can't really get it very well because
Face of the inside.
Natural.
cruising down the river on a Sunday afternoon here at Ranthambore. This is another panoramic view of this beautiful place here in Rajasthan. Keoladio National Park, as it's called now.
Bharatpur,
Used to be called Barapur.
Rajasthan.
Yeah. Absolutely gorgeous. I keep saying that, I know it becomes a bit of a drag, but it is so stunning, it's gobsmacking. Another little scene here from Barapur. Well, walking along, we've just seen two jackals and a female nilgai, a large antelope that lives here in Barapur. Here's some painted storks up in their nests. You hear them chattering to each other. Some coots down here in the water and different kinds of ducks. And here is a nilgai, a female nilgai, walking across and doing its business, of course. Trust me to get a shot of that. More shots of painted storks. I had to show you these because it's absolutely amazing the way they're distributed around here. Believe it or not, they call this a rookery, even though it's storks that are here. Painted storks mostly. We've just seen a black-necked stork. There's only 6 pairs breed here, and so they're quite rare. And also earlier on we saw a spotted eagle, quite a big bird. Our guide pointed it out to us. There's a snake bird here, because of the snake-like head. He's doing a bit of fishing at the water's edge here, along with a paddy bird here somewhere. Yeah. And if we swing round, there's a darter again, or snake bird as it's called. Swing round and get a good shot of a dead tree here with cormorants on it, sunning themselves. Eat your heart out, John. This place is just, well, mind-boggling again. There's some sacred ibis here at Barapur, along with yet again some beautiful scenery. These are feral cattle that are wandering around. And the Sarus cranes again. It's beautiful here. I keep saying that, but it really is a wonderful place. And here's a beautiful bird. It's called a red-headed, short-legged man-eater. Turn the head away from me at the moment, it's a bit shy. I'll just give it a shout. Oh, it just turned round there again. And it's pointing up, it's quite a clever bird. Here's another fine shot, 2 Brahminy ducks in the foreground, and in the background you see the Sarus cranes. Very nice. Barbara and I sat down for 10 minutes rest and we came across this little swim past, I suppose you could say, rather than fly past, of coot. There's thousands of these here, but it just looked like soldiers actually, little soldiers walking past. We've got the confrontation here. I'm just trying to get this on, where one clan has met another, or one flock, call them what you like, and it's not going down well.
Good chances. I think.
White-breasted, yeah,
In the
yeah,
bush.
yeah, white-breasted kingfisher here, yeah. Beautiful bird.
Yeah. White-breasted kingfisher.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Nice shot here from the boat of a dead tree here on the lake with cormorant, white-breasted kingfisher, and a darter just flowing off. As you can see, I'll try and keep track of him. He's gone. Nice shot here of some deer. Yeah. This is a beautiful place, this.
33 eagles.
There's a shot here. No, it's got me a wee bit excited. These are sambar deer here at Barapur, and you can see right in between the trees there a big stag sitting on a bank. There's a group of them here actually. Another one at the side there, and one standing right in the middle. Yeah, it's an excellent shot, that. Yeah, I'm pleased with that.
John love it.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Very clear. Out. Let's go now. Very clear.
I'll just bring you around here. And you see the owl up in the tree here.
Very, very clear.
If I can get him. Yeah, that's it. That's an eagle owl there on the tree. Yeah. There seems to be quite a few eagle owls round about here, but there's still quite a rare bird in India. Another nice shot of the deer drinking and the reflection in the water and the baby by its side here.
Okay.
There's some more painted stalks and the nests up in the tree.
Little over spoonbill, little over spoonbill. Same tree go.
So many ducks here. These are Brahmani ducks. There's loads of them. You see them taking off now. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't get it.
Oh, good.
Good.
This time snake catch, this time different sound. This is peacock. Monsoon time peacock sound. A peacock different sound. This time fire. Shoot. This time sound different. This is a cloud. This time sound. This is female sound. Flight. A war-headed goose, duck's sound. Oh, Brahmani ducks. So, great partridge, pinklings. A cat, babies. Big cat, jungle cat, big. Meow, 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 meow. Sometimes two cats fighting. My name Chiranjeev Lal, both my name.
Excellent, excellent, amazing. I will show that at home, definitely. There's a couple of female nilgai here on this little islet. Painted stalks. There's two nilgai here. There's painted stalks up in the trees. And all around you see the wildlife, the birds, coots. More painted storks. This is an excellent shot of the black-necked stork here at Bharatpur. Very rare here. There's only 4 pairs breed here, so we're quite lucky to see this. Beautiful bird. The colours on its neck are absolutely outstanding. We're quite close up here, really. I'm surprised he hasn't moved off. We'll leave him to it. Whilst walking around, as usual, we came across these turtles basking in the sun. The soft-shelled turtles. And these are quite big ones. There's 3 of them here. And also in the background, we have a gathering of pelicans. I'm not quite sure. There's 3 types of pelicans that live here. There's the Dalmatian, the Rosette, and the Great Pelican. I'm not quite sure which one these are. Nevertheless, it's nice to see them in their own natural habitat here at Bharatpur.
Here's Ron, looking at the bird wildlife. We're now looking at this moment to see if we can see a python. Apparently about 1 o'clock lunchtime is the time they come out to bathe and bask in the sun.
Well, this will be our last sort of boat ride in Bharatpur for a while, I should think. So I thought I'd just give you a bit of the scene here as the sun starts to go down over Bharatpur. Paradise. Absolute paradise. This eagle on the ground here is a lesser spotted eagle. We came across him sitting here while we were out in the boat. Yeah. Yeah, there's 2 there, yeah. There is 2 there, you're right. Yeah. Yeah, there is 2. That's excellent, yeah. Oh, that's them. Yeah. Oh, yes. Another lesser spotted eagle up here in the tree. Is the sun going down over Bharatpur? And Barbara and I are heading back home to our lodgings. It's been a fantastic trip, this. And our guide has been very, very valuable and had plenty of information to give us. John, you should come here because it's a bird watcher's dream. This is Barbara being punted up one of the channels in Bharatpur just as the sun goes down. It's goodbye Bharatpur. This is our guide, Mr. Singh, who was very informative, as I said before. A very nice man. Could impersonate birds very well as well.
Red color.
This is the last shot of the sun going down over Barapur. We are heading on tomorrow up into the foothills of the Himalayas to Rishikesh. Well, after the peace and quiet of Barapur, we are back to the hustle and bustle of Delhi on our way to Harimwa up in the foothills. And as you can see, it's back to Bedlam. Absolute Bedlam. But we still like it. Well, we're here in Delhi, as I said earlier, and we're just having a bit of a walk around, Barbara and I. We've been to Delhi before, about 5 years ago, and we did the tourist circle, India Gate, mini Taj Mahal. Barbara and I are now dangling about 100 foot off the ground. In this, what's it called, Barbara? We're going up to a temple on the top of the... Dangling, and what do you call chairlift? That's it, a chairlift. Here in Haridwar, going up towards the temple. It's beautiful here, nice little place. And we're just stuck here dangling. This is our first sight of the foothills of the Himalayas. From the top of the temple here in Haridwar. And also our first sight of the great Ganga down in the valley. This is where the barrage separates the canal from the actual river, and we're going to go down here later on this evening and see all the ceremony. I know you're going to try and speak here. This is a procession through the streets of Haridwar, as you can see. An amazing racket happening at the moment. more to come, no doubt. This is a scene from the bathing ghats in Haridwar. As you can see, there's all these devotees down here bathing in the Ganges. This part here looks as if it's been specially made for cleansing of their souls or whatever they come here to do. It's very quiet at the moment really, but come this evening this place will be absolutely heaving. This is a clock tower here at Haridwar on the banks of the Ganges, and all the devotees have come visiting for the day. This is a sort of channel of the Ganges. It's called the Canal Ganges, and it's part of the setup they've got here, which I find rather Blackpoolish, but nevertheless these people have come here to wash away their sins, as we do to a certain extent when we're baptized. That asshole there. There's Barbara here somewhere. Oh aye, Barbara's now bathing, washing her feet in the Ganges.